Hello, everybody. Welcome back, Halfling. Thank you for coming on back. Let's see. We also got Maximus here. Testing, test complete. I guess Twitch isn't giving you trouble this time. Let's I don't know, I guess let's just start with this, because why not? Oh, I knew I was forgetting something. I figured out what that was. Ta-da! Camera. Hello. Good morning, or good evening, or I guess it's evening for me. Not evening, afternoon. Words. I'm still tired. Always tired. Tired forever. Face. Hello. I guess we can actually just go right into it. I don't know what I'm waiting for. Sorry, cough. Who isn't? Good whatever time. Good whatever time to you. Yo, Bean! Bean! What are you doing? What up, dude? So, today, first thing to talk about is I had a few playtests with people. It's Bean! It must be said like that. Had a few playtests of the game. They went well, I would say. The new minion mechanic works swell. Works great. Dingus halfling beats. I like to imagine that was just like you weren't saying that as multiple people. You're just you're just calling me a dingus halfling. No, my best friends. Oh my god, finally someone called me by my actual first name. It's never gonna happen, no. Dingus Mortimus. I'm just used to calling you Maximus at this point. I probably, if you started with that name, I would call you Dingus. Which just feels so rude. Anyway. I should probably do this. Or maybe this. Probably better. Minion mechanic works. Seal of approval from everyone who playtested, which is good. The biggest thing we learned, though, is that the game is sometimes too easy. Mr. W, hello. Welcome on in. How you doing today? Getting people on the YouTube side. That's it's wild. New person. Crazy. Welcome on in. How you doing today? I don't know if I already said that. Great. Awesome. Good to hear. Hello, Mr. W. Indeed. We do have, we do dual stream, so Twitch over there saying hi to you. But yeah. What brings you on by? Hail and well met, yes, indeed. But yeah, the minion mechanic worked out well. I'm the king of YouTube. It's true. Actually, it is true. You do wear the first place crown. Which I don't know when they added that. It was probably the day you joined was the day they added. I'm like, what is this? Anyway, I guess that's what happens when I post videos more, is that people join from the YouTube side, right? Obviously that handsome face is drawing them all in awe. Thank you. That's honestly probably because I just posted a video, which means I just need to post videos more often. But thank you. This little face, this one. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know what came over me. I blacked out. What happened? You're making a game? Yes, I am making it's like a co-op. I call it a TCG. It's not really a TCG. It's more like just like a There's like too many different names for it now. You know, there's like ECG. It's probably more like an ECG, I guess, or whatever it's called, but you know, whatever. It's a card game. It's a co-op, kind of plays like Magic or something like that, with sort of a resource management element. Yeah, it's co-op PvE Magic, exactly. I found you from Blackthorn Prod collab. Yeah, I was gonna say a lot of people have found me from that, which is pretty cool. I mean, I think between the two collabs I did with them, I've gotten like 600 subscribers, so like, you know, close to half. But yeah, we ran some playtests yesterday. Everyone seemed to at least enjoy the game. It was definitely too easy. But that kind of just happens. The balance moves back and forth. So probably the goal now is to fix some of the bugs we have, and then maybe make the game a little bit harder. So that'll be cool. And then we also have, if we still have time after that, we'll probably go ahead and maybe add some stuff to the beta cards as well. So I'll even work on the game at this point, like a year almost, right? Like 11 months to a year. The game plan, yeah. So the game plan for today is, yeah, work on a little bit of balancing and fixing some of these notes I have here, and then afterward we will do yeah, maybe just add some stuff to the beta, so anyone who decides to be part of the beta actually has some you know, incentive to do that. Well, the game isn't fun when you're obviously winning. I think it needs to be a little harder. Okay, yeah. More than a little harder. Yeah, I guess that's fair. So here's my thought. And I don't know. Sorry. Wow, yes. You know, it's been a long time since we've been working on it. I think I'm trying to decide how much harder the base game needs to be and how much that difficulty needs to come from different difficulty gods, you know? Although I might be a bit skewed as I am the second best AE player. Yeah, that's how I feel, right? That's kind of what I was getting at, right? Because it's kind of a weird thing, because you have to, like, part of it is figuring out what the percentage of games players should be losing. And how bad does losing feel? Right? I don't know. I still have fun with the game when I'm winning, but not when it's like super obvious, right? There's a lot of times where it's like it feels like you're losing even though you're not. And I think that's okay. But you should still feel like you're losing even if you're not. I'll play VR while listening to the stream. Awesome, yeah. Appreciate you hanging out. But yeah, and the question is, how difficult does the game need to be via the monsters and, you know, other things being more powerful, and how much of it has to be the higher difficulty gods being more difficult, right? I think it's probably a little bit of both. There's a few suggestions I liked. I liked I think I like Maximus's idea of making, I guess, the Dreadling and the Merkling have 2 damage instead of 1. What just happened? A doodle. You finally done did it. Your interpretation of what Dingus Mortimus is. Who or what Dingus Mortimus is. That's crazy. I guess we got our first doodle. Am I just drawing a school bus? No, I'm just kidding. Dun dun dun. Okay, well, I guess that's what we're doing right now. I subscribed. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, on the Twitch side of things, we have some redeems if you get enough channel points. So one of them is a doodle. Now focus on the game. Come back to the drawing. Okay, we'll do it. We'll do it at the. Oh god, we'll do it at the end when I'm like out of brain power. How about that? I'll leave a request up in case like something crazy happens and I can return it and then you can resend it in if for some reason we don't get to it. But yeah, I'll have to I'll ponder on what I so you want me to do what my interpretation of Dingus Mortimus is? Is that what you want me to do? Or do you want it just Maximus as a person, or what a Dingus Mortimus is? That's kind of what I want to know. Less brain power equals sillier representation. Yes, you made me a bean. You drew toots. Now thalamus. Okay. I'm the ultimate multitasker. I'm calling my friend while playing VR and watching stream. Heck yeah. Now I'll start juggling and chewing gum or whatever. But yeah, I do like the idea of potentially adding more damage to these two. Or, you know, whatever, right? Funny enough, there's already in existence a Dalamys Maximus OC made by someone, or made by someone none of you have seen. Interesting. I'm very curious what that would be. I can be sure we've never seen it. True. But yeah, besides the balance tweaks, there's also some just like wording tweaks we need to do. So let's just kind of go through those one at a time, I think. They haven't been here. I've been here for a long while. True. Send it in Discord, please. True. If you can. I would like to see the Maximus OC, unless you don't want to you mean the OC because I haven't sent it anywhere. That's where we're saying. Let's see it, unless you don't want to, which is fair. Did you draw it? Just kidding. Yeah, I was gonna say, unless you want me to not to influence my interpretation of it. What are we doing? We are going to this. Okay, first note. Barons should say just one card affected, or one card is affected by defeated effect. Also interaction with Butcher. Okay, so here's the thing. First, let's start with the first part. This one's easy. The first half of this, at least. Barons. So the Barons says Trigger any ability for free or activate any triggered effect immediately. I think I just need to say any one, right? Any one ability or triggered effect immediately. That's literally, I think, all I need to do. Because the problem is, like, I don't want anyone to think it's all. This just makes it ever so slightly more clear. It can't be left up to interpretation. Of course, as we have said, everything can always be left up to interpretation by people. So here we are. Yo, Anonymous, what up, dude? No, no, if I had drawn it, it would look as terrible as the sock I sent you. Maybe that's what the Maximus OC looks like. It's just a sock. Did I say yo? I think I said yo to Anonymous. What's up, dude? Sure. Now it's just doing tabletop stuff. Nice. Okay, done. Literally that easy. The issue lies here is with its interaction with Butcher, right? So Butcher now is sort of a multi effect. I think it's the only one of its type where it's like if one thing happens versus if another thing happens. We have a new viewer. Donimus has been here for a good while. Well, he's a regular, I'll say. Put it that way. Unless you're referring to yourself, which you are. Got him. Kidding. Sorry, fire truck just drove by and I was like, what? Anyway. What are we doing? What are we doing with our lives? Okay, yeah, so Butcher. Thing is, right now, it says if a monster is destroyed, gain 2 units. If a minion is destroyed, gain 1 unit. Wee. Focus piece. I'm trying, dude. I'm trying my hardest. The problem is, if you kill a Barons, it activates... it activates Butcher, but there's 2 different options, right, for Butcher. So it's not very clear as to what happens, right? Like it would either, do you get the 2 units from a monster? Do you get 1 unit from a minion? Do you get both? Like, part of me is tempted to just get rid of the multi, the sort of multi aspect of Butcher and just nerf it even more and just do 1 unit for both monsters and minions, but I'm unsure. It also, if I did that, it means we can never have any other, you know, effect where it's like if this, then this, and then if this, then that, right? So yeah, the question is, how do we do that? What's the best option? Of course I can't find it. It's this way. Barons. Okay. Trigger any ability for free. So trigger any 1 ability for free or any 1 triggered effect immediately. I don't know. I'm partly tempted to just say it's one of Mr. W, game dev fan of tabletop stuff. That's a good question. It's always good to know more about new people. I feel like I should probably start asking people, like, you know, stuff when they come in. Should be better about that. You guys are always so nice and inquisitive. You're inquisitive for me. For monster gain, monster destroy gain. I mean, this would just make it simpler if I change Butcher instead of changing Barons. And it continues to nerf the player who's too strong, so that's probably what we should do. As much as I like, I don't know. It's still very strong. I don't think there's any other instances like this, so I'm just gonna go ahead and say that's what we're gonna do. RIP Butcher, even more nerfed. Husk exempt from disable. And order of operations issue. Trying to remember what the order of operations issue is. I'm eating some frozen yogurt. That sounds yummy. That's I feel like I don't have frozen yogurt too often, although I've made, I guess made my own, quote unquote. Sometimes I'll take like vanilla yogurt and mix peanut butter with it and just throw in the freezer and then like drizzle some chocolate on it and eat it. I don't know if that's weird, but it's pretty decent. It's kind of like too hard, like it's not like soft serve or anything, but it's at least decent. I'm having a paneer tikka masala with naan bread and a fried egg. Always eating something very interesting, aren't you? Husk disabled, exemption disabled. So let's go to Old God. Husk. This card is not disabled on play. Or this, I guess instead of saying card, we'll say Wasteland. The question is, what's my key term for Wasteland? It is just Wasteland. Okay, and now an ambulance is going by. Someone is in trouble. I think I might also have to do that for Blighted Marsh. I guess it's like this effect ignores disabled. I don't know if that's like the correct wording, but now I'm eating some ketchup chips. Do we have another British here, or are you eating another British, or are you eating like, or ketchup flavored chips, or are they like potato chips dipped in ketchup, or are they French fries? Canadian. We still need to know. What Froyo with ketchup flavored chips halfling? How dare you? This effect, how do I say this? How do I say, so the idea is, so for the Blighted Marsh, play one minion when this card is played. The problem is, Wastelands are disabled on play. So, but I want this effect to still trigger, right? So play one minion when this card is played. This effect ignores disabled, ignores this. Like in theory, you should just do it anyway because it's never going to be played and not disabled. But it is confusing. Chips flavored with ketchup. Interesting. Play one minion when this card is played. Ignoring disabled on play. What do we call in the rulebook? What do we call I ask you like you all know the rulebook by heart. What do we call disabled? Is it like a status effect or especially when it's concerning the cards all cards take effect immediately unless otherwise specified. Only exception is Wastelands cards with the cards which are disabled until the beginning of their next turn. Disable is a condition that can happen to a card. The condition prevents... Okay, so the condition is the term I use. So I guess just say this effect ignores the disabled condition. We're doing a big no-no for me, which is typing directly into Excel, which has no spell checking. Did I spell everything right? I guess this can say this wasteland. When this wasteland is played, this effect ignores the disabled condition. What is the order of operations issue though? Why do I not make more thorough notes? Everyone needs to start yelling at me for not making more thorough notes. No clue. Oh no. Sorry, I was not paying attention. Probably to me being like, what do we call this thing? And no one has any clue because again, no one knows the rule book back to front. Okay, we're going back to what was it? Husk. If I'm not mistaken, fixing that is the order of operations issue, but oh, I know. So the problem is When this card is defeated, does it play its own minion? I guess that's kind of just a rule that cards don't see themselves die, which maybe has to be put as a rule thing. Which I know is a Magic term, right? Like library and husk. That's probably a rules clarification thing that needs to be in there. Ooh, we breaking stuff? Heck yeah. Yo, Clarence. Yo, Fig, what the beep? Sorry. It's a... Does my... Actually, I think I broke my, my beep button. What the... Does that work? No, it's going through my speakers. On. This is very important. Let me fix it. It's super crucial to the stream that I am able to fake beep. Can you still hear me? You can. Son of a... Yeah, there we go. Hello, everybody. Bean, you'll be happy I'm making a Spyro today. Ooh, I'm assuming crocheting a Spyro. Luna arrive. Hellos. Hell yes. I love. You know what I mean? I'm still here. Heck yeah. I love. Do we know the meme? Goofy. It's like a second-hand meme, I know. Okay. Like I knew it from other people doing it. I don't know the meme. There's like, so this is the song, right? But like there's like a repo thing where there's just like one, cause like some, let me see. Do we dare just show a meme for no reason? I think we do. Hold on. Honestly, I don't even know if I've seen the whole thing.
I don't know where to.
What the hell are you?
Swearing, everyone.
I don't know where to.
What the hell are you doing?
There with my symptoms.
Yeah.
I think it's the funnier parts, like
dreaded, I'll set it, but again and again.
I don't know, they just look funny. I have. There it is. This is the part I know.
I love.
Anyway. That's the meme. That's it. That was the whole thing. I've mostly just seen the part where he's just laying there. Beats, when are we playtesting? Whenever you'd like. Me when I see face crochet. I love. Yeah, I don't know. It was funny. There's like a whole bunch of them there, but like revolving around that. I really thought he like walked into the room and saw him like that, which was funnier, but maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong. Anyway, what am I doing? I derailed myself yet again. Graveyard can pull units from any card. Again, this is a buff, which we really shouldn't be buffing players too much, but I feel like the card doesn't feel as interesting, so when I see Fig's crochet, yeah, happy cry. Yeah, no, Fig, just let me know. I mean, I had like signups in the Discord channel if people wanted to. Obviously Tuesday is over at this point. Thursday's getting kind of busier for me outside of playtesting. Me and Adonis are going to playtest his game. So I'm doing that early on in the day, but I technically probably could do a playtest, but unless you want to do it on stream, we could do it like Friday on stream if you wanted to, but I don't know, that might be earlier for you. I know you usually do streaming later. Otherwise, Sunday I have stuff set up as well, right? Saturday I'm definitely busy, but down for whatever's. Well, cool. I'll DM you, I guess. I still haven't played the game. Yeah, I mean, it is there to be played if you want to, or again, I've got signups on the Discord channel. They're in the playtest AE section. There's like a thread for this week. Like I said, Thursday's getting kind of busier for me. Like, you know, my schedule's kind of filling out now that we're closer to Thursday. But Sunday is definitely free, so if you wanted to, I'd definitely be free Sunday. Also, Ronamine, you have no idea how much I need to hear that today. You have a bad day, Fig? Tell us your woes. We're here for you. Let's try this, see how it goes. I feel like it's gonna be at least a little better. Graveyard. Remove 4 units from any card. There we go. I really should be making notes on this. Ugh. Okay. Hello? Yo! I don't know how to pronounce her name. I'm gonna go. How's that? Is that good? Thank you for following. I know you're in my Discord server, but I thought that would be I did my best. Hugs. Having a good time so far today, but you guys, oh wait, not having a good time so far today, but you guys always make me feel better. Aw. Well, I believe in you. So there. Get believed in, nerd. I don't know what's wrong with me today. Clarence also believes in you. Is it not a newbie? TTFFDDP is a Discord person. They're set actually for one of the playtests on Sunday. I have yet to speak with them outside of Discord though, so new to Twitch, I believe. So hello, welcome in. Hello, new friend. Anyway, so Husk and what was the other one? What's the one with the thing? Blighted Marsh. Okay, Blood Marsh base effects are no longer Husk and Blood Marsh base effects are no longer disabled on play. Thanks, nerd. Hello, friend. Hello, there is no real correct way to pronounce my name, so whatever is fine. Nerds. I still find it funny. Can I call you Tiff Dip? That actually kind of works. Tiff Dip. Tiff Dip. Or Tiff. Or Dip. Hi, whatever, boy. Fig is arguably the biggest nerd among us. Go for it. I'm a fan of Tiff or Dip. Dip. Anyway, there you go. Yo, we got like a full house today. Lots of people. Fig is a pretty big nerd, but I still say I'm gonna be a bigger nerd just because we've had an argument since 7th grade of who's the bigger nerd, and I'm gonna say I'm the bigger nerd. So, sorry, yeah. Is that true? Anyway. Yeah, I'm probably at, I don't know. Are you making your own trading card game? I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know, you know? Graveyard. I'm pretty sure I already made a change to Graveyard, so let's see. It's literally right there. Graveyard, ability cost reduction by 1, and can pull from any card. I don't know. Hopefully make it more useful. Crocheting's bio. Yeah, take that. Pew, 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 pew. I don't know. Quick, what's the nerdiest thing you've ever done? Mine is that I LARPed. I've LARPed before. No, I was just about to ask that. I don't know. LARPing's pretty nerdy. Buff Old God. That's kind of just a generic statement, so we'll get back to that. Dreadling and Merkling 2 power level. That will come back to that. Yo, my Twitch is acting up. It seems to be doing that every now and then. Because Maximus was having the same problem on Monday, so weird. But welcome to the YouTube side. I'm sure Halfling will be happy to have you there. He's lonely over there. I like to crochet Pokemon while watching Pokemon. That's also fair. Zing. Yup. Hello. Okay, so Golem, the problem is their ability is just kind of... It doesn't quite match. Like, it works because it's... So let's pull up Golem so you guys know what I'm talking about. I need to not assume that you know. So basically, how Stone Golem works is it can move around to any type of... which this needs to be reworded. uh, it can move around from one zone to another. The problem is it basically can take hits. It's meant to tank. It can take damage based on man, I'm trying to think. I'm trying to decide if I want to change this effect. So basically it can move from one zone to another. And basically its base ability is that it takes half the damage and you round up when it gets hit. I was thinking something like a taunt. So hydrate, thank you. I was thinking a taunt would be more relevant to the character. But I'm not entirely certain. And like this effect can go on something else, but also started working on Senran the other day because I'm watching TV Diem, however you spell it. I'm assuming this is a Dragon Ball thing that I don't know because I don't know Dragon Ball. How you doing? I'm doing pretty solid. What about you? You guys you're chatting. I like it. We're here for it. And we're back. Welcome back. Wait, who's back? Was I gone or are you back? Oh, you're back to. Sorry, I'm losing my mind. You're back to Twitch. We talked about this. I feel like it would work fine, but fitting it in the card is going to be tough. Well, we talked about doing. Just having it say attacks weakest, right? Or like if a card is to attack weakest, it attacks this card first, right? Isn't that basically the base effect? Yeah, Dragon Ball. Yeah, I'd never seen it. It seems cool, you know, haven't ever gotten into it, unfortunately, but you know, here we are. I'm now alone. Mr. W might still be there, so he might not be completely alone. There is 3 people apparently on YouTube side, so you're not fully alone. Well, Golem isn't the strongest most of the time either. Who's back? You're back? I'm back. Oh, you're back. Come on, dude. Yay, I'm here. Yeah, look at that. You guys are silly. Yeah, Golem isn't usually... Honestly, I think we just haven't been playing Golem correctly a lot of the time. But it's like very defensive. I don't know. Maybe it's something I just... But the problem is if it's not strongest, it's not going to get attacked by... This effect doesn't matter, right? If it's weakest, this effect isn't going to matter, like its current effect, right? Because it doesn't, you're not, if it's weakest, you're going to have a ton of units on everything and you're still going to probably die. Because usually weakest is like, I'm killing the one with 1 unit on it that you didn't give, right? So this effect doesn't do anything in that case. If it's strongest, then this effect does matter, but if it's... Yeah, with a high power level taunt might be the play. I think that's what just to make it interesting, right? It might make it too powerful, or you know, again, we really need to make the bad guys more powerful, but something like a weaker yellow god, yeah. But let's try it. Worst case, we all die, you know. So. Like, what's the worst that could happen, you know? There was also... Oh no, I have died. Ah. Oops. My bad. Okay. Golem. Spelled golem multiple. Okay, what's the... Okay, so the taunt would be like... This card is... If a monster or minion attack is to attack weakest, this card weakest in a column column, this card, yeah, I can't spell column, this card is attacked instead. Golem. Oh, I was saying column and not golem, like column or row. Whatever words. If this monster is attacked, if a monster or minion is to attack weakest of that type, probably is maybe until it's attacked, golem counts as both strongest and weakest. Golem. Got him. What do you mean by until it's attacked? Yeah, I see. I think I see what you're saying though. When attacked, I get, or no, when. I'm trying to think that through. If or what if it just said like monsters and minions treat this card as both strongest and weakest? I guess, maybe. I guess the only like thing that could be confused by people is that the I guess that's maybe what you mean by until attacked, but yeah, the confusing part is that it changes its type, so it has to make sure that monsters and minions aren't attacking it based on what type it is, right? And I'm trying, that's the tricky part of wording it. Monsters and minions attack this, it could be like monsters and minions treat this card as both strongest and weakest of the like category it's currently in, or of the like something like weakest and of the card type it currently is, or card type. Ugh. And how for a bit, I'll be back shortly. Okay, Bean, we will miss you. As we just stumble over how to word this card. Monsters and minions treat this card as both strongest and weakest. Strongest and weakest. It's like a super run-on statement right now. Strongest. They also attack. 1 hour of fixing. Yeah. We're about 4 minutes to an ad break. But yeah, this is actually, let me do this because this is probably going to be nicer for you guys to look at if you want to actually read. It's a milestone. Yeah, this is life. This is the game, you know, the game designer life. Monsters and minions. This card is just trouble to do because it's like such a unique card that has to do a lot of different things. Yeah, so that's probably a lot better. Monsters and minions treat this card as both strong. Let me show this to you all so you actually understand what's happening, because I don't know if all you are aware what's going on. So let me actually provide some context. I've kind of talked about it, but I haven't actually shown you. Oh. Wait, no. Never mind. Darn you, wording. Yeah, the problem is, like, it's really easy for people to misinterpret wording. So I could just throw something on there and be like, oh yeah, well, this is how it's supposed to work. But we all know someone's gonna mess it up, right? So here's how it works. The stone golem is a hero. It's placed in the hero slot, but it is inevitable, exactly. But sorry, I should go back to like here. Here's fine. But its power allows it to move into different rows. Like it can pretend to be a structure or a land or whatever, right? What we're trying to do is make it so when an enemy attacks it, it's both treating it as the strongest and the weakest, right? So like this minion will, you can see it attacks strongest, and then it attacks heroes, then structures, then lands. That's its attack order. The little up arrow, and then the helmet, and the whatever, and blah blah blah, right? So that is its thing, right? We want this to be able to kind of prioritize, right? So like if we have, oh sure, a land, why not? If this guy's here, right? And this guy's going to attack one of these two cards. It should be attacking, we want to basically have a taunt, so he's attacking the stone golem. The problem is, if this moves and it still says treated as strongest and weakest, people might get it confused that it's like, oh, this should still attack this because it's technically a hero. So it needs to be like treated as the type it is, right? Treated as the... What if it says like... I think maybe the secondary effect is part of this too. Like, this card is treated as the type of space it occupies. But that's not really like a terminology that we've used before. Anyway, it is break time. So as we do on here, Twitch makes us do a 3-minute break. YouTube, you know, will throw a tiny, like a 30-second ad in there, I think. So we'll do that. You'll get to watch my videos in the meantime, and I just, you know, get to take a break. So everyone take a break if you need to. I'll see you back in about 3 minutes. I'm turning my card-based tabletop role-playing game into a fully fledged deck builder. That's right, a role-playing game like Dungeons & Dragons, but with the deck-building mechanics of something like Slay the Spire. Not only that, but doing so solves a bunch of problems generally experienced in many tabletop RPGs. Hi, I'm Nathan, and this is my sci-fi role-playing game called Soul. Now you might be saying, Nathaniel, you're just making this game into a deck builder because it's popular right now. And to that, I say, you're right. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't hoping that a popular game genre wouldn't help promote my game. But even though that is true, that's not really the reason I decided to make this change. It's actually because it solves a lot of problems in my game. But before I explain why I did it, let's explain what I actually did. To start, I'm going to use an action system similar to version 2 of my game called Concentration. Each point of concentration essentially counts as one action. The exception here is that more powerful cards may cost more than one concentration to use. This is going to be similar to Hearthstone's mana system or Slay the Spire's energy system. A player will start the game with 3 concentration and be allowed to spend it on various cards on their turn. After spending it, their concentration will regenerate when it becomes their turn again. As for the cards themselves, there are 3 different types of playable cards. Basic actions. These cards allow you to perform a simple action, mainly one of your equipped items, such as a weapon to attack an enemy. As a note here, there will be an inventory system where you have separate cards equipped, but that's for another video. Physical abilities. Generally, these are things that can be done within human means, or alien means, or whatever. Something like the Knight's Cleave ability, which makes a sweep attack hitting multiple enemies, or the Medic's First Aid ability, which allows them to heal a target even when it's not on their turn. And lastly, nano abilities. I won't kid myself, this is basically a magic system under the guise of technology. This allows a character to perform actions and go beyond what's normally possible, such as Medic being able to use mass healing, which allows them to heal allies in an area. This also helps to explain older abilities like the DJ's Scale ability, which allows you to change the size of other characters' abilities. A player will choose an assortment of these cards from a class or multiple classes to build a deck. Once they have their deck, they can use these abilities in-game, especially during combat. Once combat begins, a player will draw 6 cards and be able to choose what actions to perform by playing these cards and using concentration to do so. Once a card is played, it goes into a discard pile and cannot be played again until their deck is empty. I'm still debating on whether a player's hand refreshes every turn, or if they can retain their cards and draw enough to fill their hand. Playtesting is probably in order to decide which one's best, but let me know what you think. Either way, that's the general premise of the deck building aspect, so let's explain why I actually made this choice. For those of you who play games like Dungeons & Dragons, will likely know this sort of situation. Your party gets into a fight with some enemies, and it gets to your fighter's turn. Your dungeon master asks a fighter what they would like to do, and they say attack one of their enemies with their legendary magic sword. They attack, and then the DM asks what they would like to do with their 3 additional actions. And they simply say they want to attack with their sword again, even though there might be more interesting options that the character might have. This continues until they're out of actions or the enemy is dead. Now, you may blame the fighter for playing the game in an uninteresting or boring way. However, well, they may have other actions at their disposal. Using their legendary sword is likely the most effective option for dealing with enemies. And while it may be true that it isn't the most interesting, you can't really blame them for using their best action they can. We had the exact same issue in Soul, and for that reason we came up with this design philosophy. The mechanics should never encourage a meta or perfect strategy. Players should never be able to repeat an action or a set of actions ad nauseum. And that's where the deck building mechanics come in. At the start of combat, a player will only have 6 cards, likely meaning they won't always be able to perform their best action and have to adapt to what's given to them. Even in the case of attacking with their weapon, they may only have so many basic actions, forcing them to use some sort of other action. Not only is this good for allowing players to have a diversity of actions, but it will also make combat encounters more interesting as a whole. Not only does the player have to overcome their abilities of their enemy, but also... Here, I'll actually show you my face. Here. And also, as a reward, here's a kitten. But yeah, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. Means a lot. Means I can keep doing this stuff. But yeah, I've returned. Here's a kitten. She's very fluffy. You didn't get an ad. I have no idea why. YouTube's weird like that. I'm still here. Good. I'm glad. Am I annoying, kitten? Hi, Looney. She's so soft. You don't even understand. Mwah. You want to be free? Oh, no. Just looks right at camera. Hi. You happy? Here, hold on. Wait, no, don't run away from me. Hold on, wait. Hold on. Hold. Do you hear it? I don't know if you can hear the purring. You happy? Okay, you can be free. Happy kitty. Anyway, that was Luna. That was a Luna break. I can hear it. Very cute little kitty. Cool. Anyway. Okay. Let me look at... I think I reworded Village. No. There was... No. It's there's a card I'm trying to borrow wording from. Shard Brew. If monster dies, it destroys the next card. Or if monster destroys a card, excess damage will be carried over to the next available non-god card in the column. So we do use column and row, and I think that is something we're just going to need to add into the rulebook. I knew that was spelled wrong. I don't know. Nope, not Coliseum. Column. God, I hate... Y'all, if you haven't noticed, I'm dyslexic. So, here we are. Back to business. Back to business. Monsters... Let me actually... Hold on. Please hold. Hello? Music? That was weird. Did it just skip like... No, that was weird. Never mind. I thought the music just... I can tell. Sometimes it just is the way it is, you know? Sometimes you're just a dyslexic boy. Okay. This land, this may... Okay, so here's what we need to change this. Move this card. 2. Move this card to the hero structure, land, or hero zone, and is treated as that type. This card is, I guess, yeah, treated as the type of the zone it occupies. Cool. I think that might work. Time for the head count. Who's still here? You've got 2 people. I think in YouTube, we've got 4 people on Twitch. If anyone wants to say here, you're more than welcome to. Okay. Monsters and minions treat this card as both strongest and weakest. This card is treated as the zone type it occupies. I guess. I guess maybe just saying and the zone type it occupies. I guess that's good enough. Maybe we'll have to change the wording later, but I guess we'll add zone. That's 6. Indeed. We had 8 on Twitch earlier, but I think I got stuck on something and people were like, what is even happening anymore? This kid's rambling about random crap. Monsters and minions treat this card both as strongest, weakest, and the zone and the type of the zone it occupies. And the maybe card type. That works. And then move this. Are you trying to escape? We'll let you out. The chat is lonely. It's just me. Yeah, sometimes we get kind of a lot of time people just kind of co-work, you know, just kind of hang out. I'm not ashamed of being second monitor content. Be free, kitty. Before move this card, maybe it should say hero to land, structure, or hero zone, and is treated as that type. As a structure, it isn't disabled without a land. We'll try that. I'm gonna leave. I'll be back. Okay, Mr. W. Thank you for hanging out. Appreciate you stopping by. Or being here in general, you know? All by myself. I'm alone on my YouTube throne. Cruel world. Okay. Gotta add the note for Golem up here. I'm pretty sure, yeah. Stone Golem now has a taunt instead of taking less damage. Oh. Hopefully this will make it more useful in more situations. We'll see how it feels. And not too overpowered. Maybe. And then there were 3. Yeah, and I'm like, and then there were 5, I think. That sounds about right. Sounds about correct. Okay, what else we got? Mage's Tower needs unit icon. Okay, that should be an easy fix. Yeah, a lot of these are just like, oh, I forgot to make it look nice. Mage's Tower. UNT unit. Yeah, because like there's basically I have keywords in my Excel document here that make it so when I like say a certain word, it puts the icon in instead. So there you go. There's the new wording. Works for me. The YouTube side, at least for me, is pretty delayed. Yeah, I think it's just the way the chat program works. It's probably less delayed based on when you send the message. The chat probably just pops up later. Unfortunately, like the way the YouTube sorry, I may have said Twitch. The way the YouTube API works is like they have to do some like weird stuff in order for the chat to be combined like this, because it doesn't really let you do it. So I think it's like basically just reading it off the website. So there's like a slight delay as to how that works. Unfortunately, I wish it could be, you know, faster, but it's kind of just one of the downsides of combined chat. Okay, interesting. Yeah, it's kind of weird, but yeah, it just takes longer to get onto the combined chat thing, from what I understand. I'm pretty sure it pops up just as quickly. Let me see. Hold on. Test. Obviously, it's there. 1001, 1002. It's like a 2-second delay there for me. But maybe it's even a longer delay based on YouTube itself. Sometimes it can also be not showing it live, so you can hit the live button if it's not doing that, but hard to say. Witch's Hut triggered effect needs to be reworked or removed. This one I'm unsure about, but honestly, I'm kind of the mind to just remove it because it just doesn't make sense. And I think it's more effort than it's worth, and it's also just a really strong card to begin with. It's maybe a little bit situational, but a lot of structures are, so I don't think I mind. So I'm going to delete that. Did I put a note? Okay. This update's getting like way too big. I'm gonna need to push it to live soon. Just so it's like not such a drastic change. But I mean, whatever. It's, you know, it is what it is. So big. Witch's Hut. Removed triggered effect as it didn't really make sense or work as intended. Yeah. I think that's it. I think it's gone. I could replace it with something to give it more power, but I think it's pretty strong as is. So maybe generated units generated on your cards may be placed on any of your cards. Cool. That could maybe be worded better. Units generated by your triggered effects now can be placed on any of your cards. Gotta go. Bye. All right, dude. I appreciate you being here. Thank you for hanging out. I will see you around for sure. I think maybe this can maybe be a bit clearer. When units are generated by a triggered effect, they may be placed. Those units may be placed on any card instead. Any number of cards instead. When units are generated by a triggered effect, those units may be placed on any number of cards instead. That is clearer, I think, personally. Wording for base effect is now more clear. Hopefully. Okay, what else? Who else? What else? Rift spawner needs card draw icon. Fair enough. There's something weird going on with this icon. It gets kind of scrunched, and I think it's because it's not a perfect square. Triggered effect. Let me look at this for a second. I just want to fix this. While I'm thinking of it. Part of me is like, do I care? But the other part of me is like, I probably should care. Let me give you an actual display so you can see it. In-text icons. Width would be this one. So maybe it's just a, like, if we do this, does that fix all of these? Yeah. It's gonna take a minute to probably fix everything, so we'll wait a minute. Let's see how it goes. Rift spawner. Draw one old god card, which is written as how? Old god deck, OGD. Cool. Give me that opening more. Back to here. I should just take this and put this over here because I will keep jumping around because I am a fiend. But yeah, anyone else? Anyone do anything cool today? Working on anything fun? Making anything? Warrior should be rewarded. No, it's reworded. This one I'm unsure about. I mean, of course it's misunderstood, but this hero enters play with 5 units already placed on it. It probably should just say 5 units instead of 1 placed on it. That will remove any confusion. Zero enters play with 5 units already placed on it instead of 1. Feels weird changing its wording for the first time in like since the beginning of the game. It's one of the few like almost untouched cards, but I think that's been a, well, actually that's not true. I think we've changed it before, but you know, here we are. Monk half units thing. So I didn't expect this to actually be a problem, but apparently it's been misconstrued by 2 people now. So Monk, when attacking with this hero, it only loses half as many units when it takes damage during an attack round up. Sorry. The kitty calls. The problem is people are misconstrued. So let's just show it. Let's show the example. Say we have a monk. And honestly, let's just grab a simpler card to do this with. Round numbers. We want the barons. Say this monk is to attack this barons, which requires 10 units to kill. The intention of this card is that the Solstice monk, when attacking, it needs 10 units, right? It requires 10 units. It attacks. When this dies, you know, a card... I think you used it right, but maybe not. I've heard a lot of people, like, the past, like, few games, people have gotten it wrong. I don't know if it was... I mean, I don't think you did, but maybe I had to it takes half damage, yes. But what a lot of people are assuming, and maybe, I don't remember if you assumed this before or if... Well, the thing is, some people are assuming if it has half health, it can still attack. That's what they're assuming. I personally don't read it that way. But it's only loses half. No, I knew it right away. Yeah, I've had 2 people misconstrued it. So I'm like, when attacking with this hero, it only loses half as many units when it takes damage. But it still requires the right number, right? I don't know. Is that like, is this a problem that needs to be fixed, or is this just worded? It doesn't do double damage, it takes half damage. It's pretty easy. I agree. Right, it would be worded differently if it was, it would say it deals double damage if it... You also agree that it's fine. So the question is, do you think it's fine as is? Is that what you're saying? Or it needs to change and we need to reword it so people aren't confused? Because there is a certain point where it's like, can this wording really be any clearer? Good as is, yeah. Okay. Because at some point, you know, everyone's going to misconstrue something, but... And you can only use so many words to describe things. This is about as many words as we can fit on a card. I'm trying to think if there's any, like, little thing, but... When attacking with this hero, it only loses half as many units when it takes damage during an attack round up. Yeah, I mean, I think it definitely would say just when attacking deals double damage if it was... It would be worded differently. So yeah, I think it's probably fine. Though, like I said, I did have 2 people misunderstand it. But, you know... That's probably just like a needing to read the card more kind of thing, right? So, okay, we will ignore that. We'll see how many more people get it wrong and decide if we really need to change it. I'm back. Yo, welcome back, Mr. W. Please, Mr. W is my father. Okay. Terrify should have a, well, what the? Terrify should have a not that it is any, what? Terrify. Let's look at what Terrify says. What am I trying to, what did I write down? Sometimes my notes suck when I'm playtesting, I'll tell you what. Terrify. All players must have must move 10 units of their choice from a hero they control to a structure or land they control. Cannot drop below 1. Sorry, Beck, had to peace out for a sec. How dare you, first of all, on my stream? Can you imagine? I know, I suck. What if I was just like that? What if that was me? No worries. I appreciate you being here when you can, and if you can't, that is also totally okay. Now, Toots, on the other hand, we haven't seen him in a while. The Terrify guy looks pretty adorable, doesn't he? He's just a little guy. He's just a sad little guy. What the fuck, Toot? Where are you? True. Terrify should have a not that it is any number of structures or lands. I clearly had a typo here. Oh, okay, I think I get it. All players must move 10 units of their choice from heroes they control to, it should say any number, or to any, okay, I'm trying to think how to word this. So the idea is you have 10 units from your cards. You have to move them to any structures or lands you control, and not, you don't have to just pick a singular structure or land. That's basically what's happening. So all players must move 10 units of their choice from heroes they control to any, no, because any doesn't actually solve that. Any number, I guess. I guess it'd be any number of, would be the words to add there. What did I just do? Oh god. What have I done? Terrify. All players must move 10 units of their choice from heroes they control to any number of structures or lands they control. Hopefully, that shouldn't be too many words, but I mean, it is technically getting, the text is getting smaller as we speak. But we're fine. It works. We're good. It'd be funny if Toot showed up when that was like the message that you placed, like you put that there, and it's like comes into like, what the beep, Toot, you know? Sorry, I mean, what the Toot? I can also use a voice changer. I can sound like I'm like I don't know, Like I can sound like this when I'm talking and just kind of just keep talking, and it just kind of ends up sounding like I'm like auto-tuned or something, and then it kind of just keeps doing that and forever, and then here we are. So yeah. Hopefully you enjoyed that. Hopefully it also worked and I don't just sound like a crazy person. Any hoodles. I don't think it worked. Damn it. On. Sure didn't. Okay. I can talk like this, and if I keep talking, it sounds like I'm singing because I'm sound like it's a thing, and if I just keep talking, it sounds like I'm, you know, I have a voice that is a thing, and it's stuff, and yeah. I'm not actually singing, I'm just talking, and that's a funny thing, because it sounds like I'm singing. Sing a song to Luna, she's right behind you. Sing a song to Luna, she's fluffy and cute. She's so fluffy and cute. There we go, that was my song. Look at her. She's right behind you. Look at her. Can't do it. Boop, 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 boop. Anyway, that's my voice changer thing. Am I louder now? No. Maybe? Hello. Sorry, I'm looking at my volume levels. Okay. You're a teeny bit louder now. That's kind of weird. Oh, I see why. On. Am I back to where I was, in theory? Wait, hold on. There? Now I'm back to where... Yeah, I think I'm better. Hey, I'm back to where I was. I don't know, is louder better? I guess this is probably better. I don't know. I think so? Yeah. Well, let me just turn it off and then see if it's... Hello, I'm talking and interesting. All right, I don't know. It's weird. I probably shouldn't use voice mod, but it's just kind of fun sometimes to like whip out some weird voice or bleep or whatever. So, you know, here we are. Terrify. Terrify. Added words to clarify. You can move your units to any number of plans or structures. Cool. I almost wonder if that should just say any other card type. Nah, whatever. Because, like, in theory, you could move your units to gods. Nah, I think this is just more punishing. We'll just leave it that way. It's fine. Okay. Tundra nerf. I'm very unsure of how I feel about Tundra, because it can be extremely powerful with a village. It's still strong otherwise, but you need more structures to get it up and running. Granted, it only requires 2 structures to be more powerful than a plains. And plains is probably where everything should be based around, right? it's like, how much investment should you have to do in order to get the full effect of it, right? Because Plains just gives you 2 on its own, and that's its like benefit, right? All other lands are going to give you more, with the exception of like Graveyard or Turtle, because they give you some sort of other benefit. But, well, I guess Mountains doesn't either, but the other 3 like main unit gen ones, my thought was potentially making it so Tundra, all your structures gain like gain units equal to the number of structures on unit phase on your structures, which is like kind of a confusing way to say it. But that would mean if you only have 1, you gain 2. Instead of 4, right? If you have Village. Or if you have 2, you would still gain 2, you'd still gain 4 each. But then if you have 3, you would gain even more than whatever. It's kind of like, I feel like it needs a nerf, but it also is really hard when you're working with such low numbers. All right, I should probably have this on like here. It's hard when you're working with such low numbers to have like intricacy in there, right? Because the idea is, it's there to benefit when you have, I mean, I guess this could just be put on a unit effect. But maybe that's weird. Maximus, are you still here? I need your opinion. As the other top player of this game. I think Tundra needs a nerf, and I just don't know exactly how to do that. Because right now, essentially how it works is every turn, it increases any structure's number of units by 2 each time. Which is a lot of units. But slightly more fair because your structures are generally a lesser priority in some instances because they require more to like get going and all that kind of stuff. But it's way too strong if you put a village on, because it's gaining 4 units per structure, and that's just an absurd number of units. But I don't necessarily want to nerf it just because of its interaction with Village. And I like Village as is because it is interesting. So I'm not 100% certain how to word that, but or how to change it, but I do think it needs to be nerfed. The simplest one is all structures gain 1 unit in unit phase, but then it almost like requires a village to be good. Okay, let me write something out. I don't know if I'm gonna do it right away, but it's not really a nerf. It's kind of like a tweak. It would be like, all your structures gain units equal to the number of structures you control. All your structures gain units equal to the number of structures you control in unit phase. So this would nerf it if it's just 1, right? Because 1, you would only gain 1 unit per turn. Right, it would only be 1 additional. 2, you would gain 4 units per turn. 3, you'd gain 6 units per turn, which is, again, more powerful than we probably want it. With village, just a village, you would gain 2. With 2 cards, you gain 4. Which is back to exactly where it was. Ugh, I don't know if that works. Problem is you can't like give half a unit, you know? It should probably be like 1.5 units, but I don't want to do that, obviously. Yeah, Tundra's strong when you have structures, but you don't always have structures to work with. So it's like situationally strong, but it's maybe too strong when it is strong, you know? So I guess we just have to think about that. Null Sanctum All. Oh right, because it has like a weird all for no reason. No, all Sanctum. Null Sanctum. During the player's unit phase instead of all. During the player's unit phase, any card that gains a unit will gain 1 less unit. Maybe all. And players is excessive. During unit phase, any cards that gain units will gain 1 less unit. There we go. I mean, that's... Having the word players didn't make any sense. Excessive words remove. Remove. There's like probably a reason those words were put there at some point, but our knowledge of that has been lost to time. I don't think I follow for the Tundra. I feel the math makes sense to me. So, okay, so here's how. Well, let me go over it one more time. And the math does kind of make sense. Like so the math makes sense. It's just maybe too powerful. Just delete these. Especially in combination with Village. So yeah. What's it called? Structures are harder to place, sort of. Although I guess I can give it. But here's the thought, right? Tundra gains 2 units per structure, which honestly generally is fine, like compared to like, I don't know, say your plains, right? Which just gives you 2 unit gen on the land per turn. I don't know, maybe the math is okay, but or let's compare it to like a desert, which, you know, gives 1 unit per hero, but you're always going to have heroes, right? You're not always going to have structures. So that kind of makes sense. And of course, Swamp is just going to gain you units for things. Sorry, the heck? Wrong thing. Swamp is going to gain units for things dying. The real issue lies is when you have a village in here and it's on top of a Tundra, it becomes like the strongest unit gen thing there is, because all of a sudden this one Tundra that was giving 2 units per structure, village gains double. Like, you gain double. So you gain 4 per structure. If you have 3 structures, you're gaining, what, or 12 units per turn, which is an absurd amount of units just for like one combo. Of course, like that's if you have 3 structures. If you have, I mean, even 8 units per turn is a lot of units for 2 cards together, you know? But it's kind of one of those things that I mean, maybe it's okay. Maybe you got this combo, so it's fine, but and you invested into structures instead of heroes, so it's fine, but it probably deserves some sort of nerf for being as strong as it is. But I don't know. Just my thoughts. It could be one of those things that just stays as is for now and whatever. Have you played yet? Have you actually played the game? Out of curiosity? I know we're scheduled to oh, sorry, give me half a second here. Shit, we're about to hit an ad. I've got a message I need to respond to. I did one playthrough yesterday. Oh, nice. Okay, cool. Well, thank you for playing, first of all. How do you feel about the game? Out of curiosity. Right, give me a second. I'm responding to this. Yeah, what was your I mean, of course I'll talk to you. I will talk to you on Sunday in theory, right? But kind of get your opinion on that, but so I have like a order I need to get. And I want to make sure it is correct, and I just need to. Okay, we're probably gonna hit an ad. Sorry, I enjoyed it quite, but some of it more frustrating since I was doing it solo. Yeah, sometimes you can get like way too much to track when you're doing it alone. For sure. Okay, we're gonna hit an ad, so we're gonna do that real quick. And then I'd love to talk to you more about that. But yeah, let's do an ad real quick. I gotta refresh my water, and we'll be back in like 3-ish minutes. I'm turning my card-based tabletop role-playing game into a fully fledged. Skip ahead on this one. That's right. A role-playing game like Dungeons and Dragons, their weapon, they may only have so many basic actions, forcing them to use some sort of other action. Not only is this good for allowing players to have a diversity in actions, but it will also make combat encounters more interesting as a whole. Not only does a player have to overcome their abilities of their enemy, but also adapt to the abilities available to them. Now this one arguably will have to be tested, but again, you've likely encountered a scenario in other games like D&D where a wizard-type character sits there for 3 minutes digging through their character sheet and trying to find what spell will work in this specific situation. With a limit on the cards, a player will only be able to choose the actions that are in front of them, which should limit their options and allow the game to run a little more smoothly. For our last example, how many times in an RPG have you used an ability on an enemy or group of enemies that causes a status effect, like a burn or poison or sleep, and have forgotten to apply it each turn or forgotten which one of your enemies is affected by it? Or how many times has your character yourself been affected by a status effect and forgotten the next time your turn rolls around? This problem is solved using cards. Look at a game like Slay the Spire. When you're affected by a status, it's shuffled into your deck, and then when you draw that card, it's applied to you. This is exactly how it works in Soul. Say you're lit on fire. A burn card will be added to your deck, and upon drawing it, you'll take that damage. This way, a player will never forget to apply this status effect when it's on their turn. There may be other ways that these changes help the game, but I just haven't discovered them yet, and I'm excited to see what they may be. Anyway, thanks for watching, and whoa. Hold on, Nathaniel, I hear you say. Didn't you say in your design philosophy video you didn't want a game with heavy mechanics? And isn't a deck builder super mechanically heavy? Not only that, but tabletop RPGs are supposed to allow players to do anything they want. This seems a bit restrictive. And if you are in fact saying that, you would be right. Anyway, thanks for watching, and okay, fine, okay, fine. I'll explain myself. All right. Well, I realize a deck builder is mechanically heavy. At some point, a role-playing game has to be an actual game, like the game part. And I feel in this case, it's worth the risk. It just means I'm gonna have to be even more careful when designing my abilities in such a way to promote roleplay and avoid nitty-gritty mechanics-based abilities. For instance, abilities allow you to draw more cards, or even use abilities for free. Well, a few abilities like this could be good, allowing players to infinitely draw cards, like a Shiv build in Slay the Spire, might end up being a little bit much. And as for a player not being allowed to do what they want, yeah, that's also true. However, I like to think of this system like the options your character can come up with in any given moment. That being said, I do have some mechanics planned that circumvent this issue rather than me just using a narrative explanation. For one, if a player's not in combat, they can use an ability at any time, allowing diversity in roleplay without any consequences. As for in combat, a player can do what I'm calling a focused draw. This spends a concentration to allow a player to dig through their deck and pick out a specific card. This will allow players the freedom to do what they want, coming at a bit of a cost. However, this unfortunately isn't enough on its own, as suppose a player has 3 concentration and wants to draw a 3-cost card. they're required to spend 1 concentration to focus draw the card, meaning they only have 2 concentration left. Now, if I allow cards to persist between turns, this might be okay, but I have another mechanic to actually help. This is tentatively called limit breaking. This allows a character to sacrifice a portion of their health to gain more actions. This allows a character to overexert themselves in order to accomplish what they want. In this instance, it's to use a 3-cost card that they wouldn't normally be able to use. This would allow a character to draw a 3-cost card with a focus draw and then still be able to use it. And lastly, our free action. There were definitely some things I realized I was doing wrong / missed since it was my first playthrough as well. Yeah, I mean, honestly, you're probably one of the few people who've played the game without me telling you how to play it, right? Obviously you could watch my videos and you know, I've got the rule book, but things have changed, right? Especially because like the stuff you're playing is technically not the current beta version that I'm showing right now too, so there might be like some differences there as well. But yeah, yeah, it's cool you played it. It would be yeah, I don't know. It's always fun to have someone try out your game. But yeah, I feel like I had a question for you, but maybe not. But yeah, no, playing the game on your own can be a little bit tedious because it's just like you're tracking a lot. You're tracking, you know, 2 whole sides of things. So the tracking is like, you know, part of the game, of course, right? Like moving units around is the kind of the mechanic, but when you have to do it with 2 players instead of 1, there can be some tedium. Bean, welcome back, dude. How you doing? Bean, what are you doing? I'm lurking because I know 0 about game construction. That's fine. You're allowed. We'll probably be done with at least this for a bit. Maybe we'll move on to drawing. Although I think we've lost Maximus along the way, unfortunately. But there's some bigger changes I'm unsure about, so I'm still kind of mulling them over. Tundra nerf is one thing. God of Magic, probably needs another effect besides card draw because they're like outpaced by, you know, a mountain or a mage's tower existing, which is like kind of lackluster for a god, right? So like maybe they could have like a unit effect. Unit or like triggered effect. I'm happy for you to wait until he's here. Yeah, I mean, we'll see if he comes back. I probably should have just drawn the thing while he was here, because I know it's late. Well, I don't know how late it is for him, but I'm pretty sure it's late. You know, here we are. Here we are. Units counter. Oh, this is sort of just a thing. Unit counters probably should be different. These were kind of what we did from, you know, the original thing, but this could get confused by the hero icon and they probably should just be the unit icon, right? Like that would make sense. This is like a tabletop specific problem. Like if you're playing the game in the print and play, you're just using poker chips, and if you're playing it in the screen top, they don't have any sort of image on them, but it is something that probably should be considered. It's kind of low on my priority list, but maybe something to do before we're you know done with whatever. Before we're done with like this patch specifically, or this update. Actually, I think something for the Tundra we could at least throw in there. Like we could add like non-disabled structures. Maybe. That's at least a tiny nerf, where it's like you can't just place a structure and get the units from Tundra. You actually have to have a land underneath it. I think that might be a fair enough one. But yeah. Yeah, all these are kind of like more game balance things, which is kind of like a, like the question is, do I do it now and try to see how it will feel with like the few playtests in the future, or do I actually, I think that's what I was gonna ask. Are you really okay with me calling you Tiff Dip? I think it's funny, but Tiff Dip. Tiff Dip. I mean, I guess I don't know how else you'd pronounce it. But yeah, how is the game as far as like difficulty goes, right? How do you feel about that? Because right now I think we definitely are thinking it's too easy, but at least across pretty much everyone who's played it right now. But yeah. Bean, don't you want to get into like game design stuff though? Or it's like it's a dream, one of the dreams. Not saying that you have to participate when you don't know, but I was just kind of concept art is okay. Well, someday we should enter a game jam and you can do the art and I can do the game design. I'm fine with that. Most common way is that others say is double T. DDP and random mouth noises. There you go. Random mouth noises. Thumbs up. Like, what is this icon? It's hard to see when they're small. Yeah, I probably would just say DDP if I were me. That's probably how I would say it if no one else said anything, besides obviously the random mouth noise part. It's probably what I would have landed on. But yeah, I mean, we could do some balance stuff, but I'm unsure. I felt it was too easy. I was able to win without too much easy, even though it was my first time. Yeah. Okay. It's kind of weird. I don't know what made it too easy. Because I feel like it was in us, like, some of it's like, some of the games I had were like really good back and forth, and then some are just too easy. And we're aiming for that really good back and forth, but I don't know what changed that, or if it's just, you know, the luck of the draw. But I have had some really good games too, where they just like it's like that perfect back and forth, and then eventually you're like, okay, I'm gonna win at this point. But yeah, I guess we really need to just beef up the old god, and I don't know exactly what that entails, but I know a little bit of that is probably just putting a little more power level on them, and that might just be enough. Or, you know, nerfing the player in some ways. Like I said, Tundra nerf could be something. Like, if you get a certain combo as the player, that does make it, like, much easier, right? Nerfing unit gen or increasing power level are kind of the same thing on opposite sides, right? Obviously not quite the same thing, but... like close calls in the start, but after that it was slow progress as I traded heroes to build up units on other cards for one final push. Yeah, that's, I mean, kind of how it's been, right? A lot of it is early game is the struggle, and then late game is kind of just beating the game, like ending it. But yeah, I guess I can agree. I can agree it needs to be harder. And the thing is, if it's too hard early game, then like that's when it kind of needs to be hard, right? Because once the goal is to overcome the old god and win. The harder it is early game, you know, the harder it will be late game to get up and running. So it's kind of interesting. I mean, that could just be like an inherent flaw of the game of like early game is just going to be when it's hard, and late game is like kind of you just getting to the end. But that I don't think there's any fixing besides just kind of like trying to balance it best I can. Right? Because it's kind of just a balance thing at this point. And we can kind of work on scaling a bit more, like, you know, Endlings having their stacking mechanic kind of works with scaling now, or like all the minions, right? Because there's more than one minion type now, which prevents like the slow like 10,000 minions on the board kind of issues. But yeah. I might just go with Maximus's suggestion of Merkling and Dreadling having two damage, which could be pretty crazy. But I might just go for it. We're gonna try it. Worst case, we die, right? Dreadling and Merkling are going to be 2. Oops, not 12. We want 2. I think I'm also going to buff Blightmite to 3. 3 or 2? 3? I think 3. Blightmite needs a little bit more something. Strength. Let's go crazy. Let's go nuts. Look, for the purple banana until they put it in your truck. Bean, you're crazy. And you're nuts. That's wild and crazy, Bean. What else can we do to make this game harder? In theory, we can increase the number of minions drawn from like different wastelands, but because now that they stack, it doesn't really matter. But I think increasing the damage of those two, that's me, is probably a good start. Maw of the Forgotten, I decided when attacking, destroy the card. I think dealing 15 damage is fine. In order to attack, this monster returns a single minion card placed on the previous turn, the player's choice, on top of the deck. It's still dealing 15 damage. I think it's fine. Granted, it might not kill everything, especially late game, but at that point, it's probably over. And then the card just looks nicer. It's like less of a book, you know? But yeah, I don't really know how else to make the game harder right now. I kind of got to determine why it's easy, or like, yeah, why it's too easy, right? Which maybe just player nerfs, potentially, but also could just be, you know, making the old god worse. Could just be increasing the power level of each enemy. And by power level, I mean strength, because it used to be called that, and I'm still calling it that. Ian, what do you think? Do you think I should just wait for Maximus, or should I start drawing his thing? I mean, it is technically your redeem. I have an idea though, especially if it's like a doodle. I should keep it relatively simple. I'm lurking anyway. I don't know. I don't know how I feel. I feel nothing. I'm dead inside. I mean, making the game more difficult could be as simple as like increasing the number of minions drawn per turn. And how does that make you feel? How does me feeling nothing inside make me feel? I'm just kidding. Isn't that what I said? I don't know what I said like 4 seconds ago. Don't mind me. Wait, having more minions is bad? Yes, minions are the bad guy enemies. Writes in notepad. Yeah, minions are the bad guys. Units are the good thing. Units are good, minions are bad. But yeah, increasing like number of minion draw to 3 could be like the solution. But the problem is if you do that, and even honestly increasing the minion strength to 2 for these guys could mean you lose the game turn 1, right? It's not guaranteed, but I swear I have PTSD from playing LOL where you hear stand behind your minions. Classic. Classic. Yeah, no, you do not have minions. The enemy has minions. Okay, I think honestly, let's seal the moon door. True. You steal the moon. I already got her. She's right there. Honestly, besides like the Tundra nerf and then just like fixing these other things, I don't know what I should tweak. I don't know what is making the game too easy, and like how to. I probably should just keep playing the early game. Or no, I guess I need to just. I mean, it's just a balance thing, right? At this point, the only thing I really want to avoid, and it's probably why the game has been too easy for too long, is I don't want the game to ever be unwinnable, especially like getting a turn 1 death, right? Fig is contributing to the important stuff as usual. That's Fig for us, for you, for we. What will you do without us, honestly? Be very lonely, I guess. Cry? I don't know. Nice. Posture check. Sorry, I was checking my phone. As my brother is ordering some stuff for me. And because he has Amazon Prime and I do not. Scrimp. So I just wanted to make sure he got my message. All right, I guess for now, the Tundra nerf is just going to be for any non-disabled structure, so you can't just get it from a thing. And it's hardly a nerf, but at least it's something. It just doesn't let you cheese the game as much. All your non-disabled structures gain 2 units in unit phase. That is the current nerf, which is, again, I don't think the problem, but it at least does something. Okay, Spyro's neck is the is like the what? Oh, okay. Sky, for some reason I was putting a "the" in there. Spyro's neck is perfect, and I'm terrified to figure out how to make it turn into the body. There you go. Well, I believe in you regardless, so. Yeah. All right, I think my brain is failing me for game dev, so I am gonna go ahead and draw this Maximus thing. Of course, it is a doodle, so I'm not gonna like go too crazy, and I think I want to do it in the little turnip / bean / whatever style. because I like it. It's fun. Do you fellow creators of things ever run into that where you're like a project where you start a project really well and you're too nervous to keep going in case you mess it up? All the time, my friend. All the time. Especially if you like overcommit. Like you're like, oh, I'm gonna start the line art, and then you're like, wait, I didn't actually get this hand line art done. And I'm just like, well, just never gonna do it because hands or whatever. You know, I don't know. I'm doing it, Bean. I'm doing the thing. I'm doing the doodle. I apologize to Maximus for not being here, but it was Bean's redeem. My brain's fried, and I said that I would do this toward the end, so. Let me... I don't remember where I put this. Under other? No. I think it's under streaming. Icons? No. Emotes. Yeah. I just need the king as reference, you know? Do I not? Oh, I guess it's probably in here as both. Right. Yeah, I just need him as a reference. I'm gonna do it in this style. That seem about right? I just need this as a guide. You know what I should do, Bean? I'm gonna do this while I'm thinking about it. It's not gonna look that great, but fun. Oh, let me upload. Why won't it let me do this? Do I need a tag? Don't let me do it. Oh, I accept these guidelines. That's probably why. Add to. Beats. Confirm. Actually, wait, I don't know if I want it to be that, because then if whenever we type Bean like that, it will pop up. Of course, it's not doing it in my thing yet. Hold on, it needs to be renamed. Wait, I want a vegetable. Well, someday. Or something. We're about to do Maximus. I don't think he's gonna be a vegetable, but he could be. Bean just made sense because I had the Turnip King already, and I was like, I'm waiting for this something to render or something, and then I was like, you know, I guess it's time to draw a Bean. Where's my other one? Uploaded. Okay, there's a Turnip King. I guess I only have 2 on here. Can I edit this? Can I edit the name? I can. Bean. Favoritism. We can be any sort of produce. I guess it's up to you. What's your produce sona? I'm trying to think like what the thing can be, because I don't want it to be something that just like I'm garlic. There you go. I'm just gonna do a bean underscore for some reason, or maybe it's just on either side. There it is, bean. There. Now if you do that, course, you have to have either 7TV or this has to is that. So now if you do that, it should pop up in theory, although I don't know if it's saved. Hold on. It did not save. Let me refresh my thing. Oh, wait. Hold on. This is such a tangent. I'm sorry. Hold on. I live for tangents. You are very tangential. Tangential? Did I not delete it? Taking forever to load, so. Okay, hold on. Upload. Bean. Upload. Accept. Upload. Emote is still processing. Refresh. Okay. It's not working. Probably still oh wait, no, it's because I didn't add it. Hold. Confirm. There we go. It works. It doesn't work on unless you have 7TV. It's probably not going to work, but it will work once this thing refreshes. You will get the bean. Once my I restart my chat app. There you go. An unofficial emote. I'm the only one left on YouTube. Yes. Yes, you are. Okay. So here's my thought. Here's what I'm picturing. Let's do a sketch, as crazy as that sounds for something so simple. Should I? No, we're just going to commit the doodle. Nope. 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 New thing, activate. Maybe. Nope. 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 Okay, let's just draw slowly. Nope. Can YouTube chat see Twitch chat? Yeah, it's on screen. I'm with you in spirit, Mr. W. Yeah. Dot. Need to sleep, guys. Well, I mean, obviously it's not like whatever. If you don't read that chat, it doesn't really mean anything, right? One day I'm going to draw the circle correctly. There we go. Maybe we'll tweak it a little bit, but it's good. Perfect. Nah, there's no defending that. I'm just like, no, you're not. Stop. Stop. I would, but it's not even 2 p.m. here. It's called a nap. Have you heard of a nap before? Please hold. I just want to get the eyes. They need the little beady eyes. Here's the question, Bean. Do you want him to be a vegetable? I want him to be your interpretation of Thalamus. So here's the thing. I feel like if I was doing like a full interpretation of him, it probably would be like a bigger piece, like something more like knight-like, or not knight-like, but like a centurion, which is kind of what I'm going for here. You don't see it yet, but that is kind of what I'm going for. Because we're not there yet, but in the spirit of a doodle, I don't want to go too crazy. Some sort of like Greek whatever. VR is fun. I've never, well, I've done VR, but I don't know. I can't say I've I don't have it, right? I don't get to do it too often. I have VR for the PlayStation, but admittedly, I never use it. You add a frog to honor me. If you spend on the you want to come over to the Twitch side and build up enough channel points, then you can have me draw whatever you want. Well, within reason. It's a doodle, right? Isn't quite right yet. They already said whatever we want. I will draw whatever you want as a doodle. This helmet isn't quite right yet. And I'm dangerously close to redeeming. Problem is I want to maintain the little face because it's cute, but Let's just keep drawing and then we'll maybe get to it. I'm probably like combining Spartan and Centurion helmets here, but I think it's okay. Maximus feels like it could be either, you know? Beam, were you hoping I just drew a school bus? That's the real question. Also, I'm not downloading Twitch and making an account. Oh, I guess I was gonna say you have to, but I guess if you're on your phone, yeah. You are very welcome to not do that. You're very welcome to stay on YouTube. I wish I could have redeems on YouTube, and maybe I can find a way to do something like that, but currently there is not a way to do that. God, this perspective sucks. But if you hang around enough and you stay on YouTube, then I'm sure I can do your drawing. But the idea here is this is a commitment thing, right? People who have been here for a long time and frequently can get some sort of reward. I need reference, surprisingly. I guess it kind of just goes like this, right? Or more like... And then there's... I guess that's it. So dumb. I just want a frog. Sometimes we just want frogs, you know? And Fig wants a lizard. So, you know, here we are. You work hard for the frog by enduring this dude. Me? Yeah, true. You must endure me to get a frog. Frogs are cool. Frogs are pretty cool. Love you really, Betty Beats, but we all love Betty. Good old Betty, you know? Ian, how are you feeling about this so far? Betty kind of stinks. I love everything it makes you. That's very sweet of you, Bean. You're just a sweet bean, aren't you? No tangents. Not like talking tangents, but drawing tangents. Don't get used to it. What, you being nice to me? Bean, you act tough, but we all know you're a sweetheart. It needs to be a straight line. Not a runner bean, it's a sweet bean. Ah, Mr. Joe, don't you start. My heart is far from sweet, it's sour. Untrue. Very, very untrue. Sure, Bean. You keep telling yourself that. You keep telling us that you're a meanie. We all know, deep down in our hearts, you're just a bean, you know? Cracking tough because on the inside you're nice. He looks so proud to serve, yeah. He's so happy. He's just a happy little guy. Well, I don't know if happy is Maximus's default state. Hard to say. Mr. W, I want to call you something different. Mr. Wonder. Make it angry. It's Thelmus. Thunder card, go! Not yet. It's funny because we do have a user in here who's called Thunder. Do we like it more merp? No, I think Happy just seems right for some reason. Well, he's not in here now, but he frequents, you know? We're designing a little guy today, currently. Based on this little style I did for no reason. Do his mouth upside down. He could be sad. How do we feel about that? I feel like neutral face. Draw a picture of a thyroid gland, Leo. Better, yeah. I feel like Maximus is welcome, Mr. Wonder. Congratulations to your now a member of Beats' band of misfits. Here we are. We're band of something for sure. And no, I've always been a misfit crew, you know. I love. I guess we just merge the layers. I don't know why I'm being. Yes, that's it. Thalamus. I've been here since the start of the stream, so I just surf a frog. Wow, Wonder is confident and knows what he wants in life. True. What is this, Mr. Wonder's first time in, or no? Yeah, right. First time here. First time caller. Well, Bean has been here since the dawn of time. He wanted a drawing for Maximus. Also have been here since the dawn of time. So, yeah. Look at this little guy. Sorry, I just realized what I made. I kind of feel like he's just a little like he doesn't have like, I think this is just what he looks like. I might do a little more detail, but I think his body is just gonna be like a plain white body. Oops. Classic. Get on the wrong layer. There we go. That's why it looked bad. Sorry. One of us. One of us. Yay, Wonder is a newbie. And now he's one of us. One of us, yeah. Dual sword on his back. Make a shiny spot on his helmet. Yeah, I was thinking a shiny spot for sure. I could do a sword, but I'm not 100% sold on that. Just because I kind of just want to keep him as simple as possible. Oh, I'm like, why the heck is this not working? It's because I'm on the smudge brush. We need... Yeah, I do like the shine on the helmet. I was thinking about that. I don't know if I like... Getting on the wrong layer. Don't mind me. Which I guess... Let me do this. Yeah, there we go. And then we'll do the shine as like... I don't know if it's shiny enough. Runs around tribal dance. Give him nunchucks or something ridiculous. Hooga, hooga. You guys are losing it. I don't know. I don't know what color I like better. I don't like that color better, honestly. Maybe we'll do this. Let's just do it this way. We'll do the reverse. Reverse, reverse. We'll do this as like a multiply layer, maybe. Like ambient occlusion. Did that on the wrong... Ah, Han, sorry. I gotta go all the way back. Back. Okay. Okay. Now we're good. I did some stuff on the wrong layer. It got weird. I apologize. For which game? And why am I in an ad? Oh. We are in ads. All right, buddy. Chill. We are in an ad. And... It's ad time. Whatever. All right. Not too much. Honestly... If you don't get auto banned by YouTube, then you'll probably get timed out. But yeah, you're good. Just let's chill a smidge. So which is game for now? This is not for a game. This is specifically this is on Twitch we have redeems that if you get enough enough channel points, you can redeem a little doodle. So that's what this is for. Can I do it one more time? One singular time. And Fig, you were in an ad because anyone who's not subscribed gets in an ad, I guess, you know? Were you subscribed before? I thought you were, but it's maybe a month already. Craziness. Yeah, dang it. Dang nabbit. I think my sub expired. Yeah, I think it's been a month. Crazily enough. Time flies when you're having fun, huh? Runner Bean!
Gifted a tier 1 subscription to
I can't have that. Bean, thank you so much. Thank you for gifting gifting our good friend Fig here. Yeah, this is not for a game. This is just for the for our viewers. Unfortunately, I would like to do I'd like to do stuff like this on for YouTube stuff, but it just doesn't have that capability, unfortunately. So here we are. What can you do? I don't know what I'm doing at this point. I'm just kind of adding some shading here. And then we'll do one more. I guess over the whole thing. Where it's like can you make a samurai, please? We like I said to Mr. W, that a lot of these are all for people who have been here for a good while. I'm Bean, how long do you think you've been here? How long have you been saving up channel points? Bean, I owe you a plushie. You don't owe me a dang thing. I want like a really subtle shadow on the just the normal on his body. Three streams, one chat was broken. True. But yeah, I think you need something like 10,000. Oh god. You need a lot of channel points for it. The bigger reward. I should figure out how many days approximately it is, or time, you know? For YouTube people. But it's a good number of hours. Let's see. How many channel points per hour? How many channel points per hour times 3? So you get 360 per stream. It's about 15. What is it? 1,500 channel points. No, 15,000 channel points. Right? What is it? 15K. Yeah. So So yeah, it's 41 streams. Damn, that's actually kind of crazy, huh? Of course, if you're subscribed, you get more, and if you've, yeah, you get bonus for subscribing and all that kind of stuff. It is not on YouTube, unfortunately. I don't have that functionality. So if you go on Twitch, you can, but unfortunately, YouTube doesn't really allow for it. And I wish it did, but I just don't have a way of doing that. I can look into it, but there really isn't like any built-in mechanics. Maybe I could do something through like an external plugin, but there's no built-in whatever. Well, technically there are memberships. There's technically like a membership thing, but of course I don't want it necessarily to be pay to win, you know? That's not the point. It's more like being here for a while. Right? It's not necessarily, it shouldn't be. I think that's it, Bean. I don't think I've missed a single Beat stream since I started watching. I mean, yeah, you've at least been here, I think. Said whatever. Yeah, I don't have a Twitch. Yeah, yeah, like I said, unfortunately, it's it is what it is. Same, I always managed to join the final 5 seconds. We're still going here for a bit. Also, sup, Tice? How you doing? Well, here's what I'll do. I will write down on a sticky note. Hold on. Oh, where did my sticky notes go? Cat probably knocked them on the floor. Those sticky notes, where are you? I found them. Here's what I'll do. I will mark every time you've shown up. And when you've been here for approximately 41 streams, and I'll give you an art. There you go. You're on there. Don't wake up Looney. She's over there. Look at her. Doing swell. How about you? Doing good. We made a little guy. Bean, what do you think? I think it's done. You're still the goat. Thank you. Yeah, but I got you. We'll do something. I've got you written down here for our YouTube fellows. I love him. The funny little guy. He's beautiful. Ooh, I probably should hold on. Let me make sure his transparency looks good here. And add a layer. How's the fish game? Nice. Where's my bonus for subbing? Fish game's doing okay. Mostly busy with other work at the moment. Ah, yeah. Well, that's yeah. I mean, I imagine they're keeping you pretty busy. I mean, I'm assuming you're just mostly doing BTP stuff, right? Just want a frog. Well, the system is there, and you will get a frog in 41 streams. End of discussion. There you go. Now he's there. Cool. It's so funny looking. Yeah. Heist is a hard-working boy. Don't say frog, say fwog. It's cuter, true. I don't disagree. A fwog. A fwog in the fog. Alright. Oh wait, I haven't actually saved yet. Do 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 do. Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing after this. Technically, I could just keep streaming, but I'm not entirely certain what I would do. Because I have, I guess I have like some more with the, more art. I could do some stuff for the new gods that we made. We could do a few drawings of those. I think that's, I mean, which is, you know, just symbols, but. All right. I guess we'll just put them in here. Oops. I just didn't save it. I just hit the escape button. Control S. Did I spell Maximus right? I think I did. It was Samurai Flog. Fogarai. Export PNG. I didn't do it that way. Whatever. Bro, chill, both of you. Okay, let me... Hang on, Frog Eye has some merit to it. It's fair, it's fair. I don't dislike the idea, for sure. But we will be doing something on the game if we're working on it. Can you give him two little arms coming out holding the helmet? I could. I think we're done with this. I think this is the fits the style. I think this is it. I could potentially, and maybe that's an idea, is have like a drawing stream where I just do that. But maybe that's something we do as a sub goal. If that's something you want, where I will just draw whatever you want for you know, for however long, for like a whole stream. That I can see doing. But to be fair to everyone, especially people who have taken the time to be here for a long time, that's where they get the drawing for. Hopefully that's understandable. There we go. Hi, Captain. Wait, fish game sounds fun. You ready for this? It's a fishing game where you date the fish. You ready for this? You know what it's called? Hooking up. I had to do the Tice thing. That's how he does it every time he says it. I need this game. I hope I did it. I hope it did it justice. The reveal. The reveal of the game. What in the what am I doing? I don't know whether to be horrified or amazed. Both. All right, I'm like stumbling around. I don't know what I'm doing here. There we go. Yeah. Both are good, by the way. That's true. Here, we'll do this too. Sorry, I'm doing something important. Everyone hold. Dun 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 dun. Streaming. Icons. Oop. Emotes. Open. Okay. There we go. I'll lose my mind if I don't get a frog. You already are, my buddy. Please tell me hooking up. 40 streams to go under. Only 40 and you'll get a full blown frog. Spyro. What? Oh wait. Take a wild guess at what I'm playing right now. Nice. No, hooking up is not out yet, unfortunately. It is still in development, but he does do streams where he actually develops it and that kind of stuff. So kind of similar content, except a whatever. Completed hooking up. That you've successfully dated some fish. One day I'll have to make one of these little avatars for myself, so I have a beat one. Used to be a mermaid, you see. I see. Okay. I guess I could also throw this on 7TV. Nah, we'll do that later. Okay. What do you guys think? Do I... There are... Well, I guess... Yeah, I guess I could draw for the beta. Let's get the new god symbols up. It's not going to be super interesting as far as, like, drawing goes, but it is something that needs to be done, so we're going to do that. What do you think? I think the economy is about to collapse. Is that a good or a bad thing? You know? I mean... Mortgages, you know? I don't know, I'm just saying words. Alright, let's all move to Antarctica. It'd be cold there. Wait, Antarctica, question mark? Is there any instance where collapsing is a good thing? Kinda. Gotta break something for you must destroy in order to create, my friend. It's, you know, gosh dang well, I love the cold. I guess that's fair. My brain is like melting right now. There you go. The Frogger Eye. What's up? He's here. He's ready for it. Excuse me, I'm crying. That's awesome. It's me, Paul. I guessed as much. That's beautiful. Good work. We love that. I don't know it's up there, but it's okay. All right. All right. Thyzera. I don't even know what that word is, but Thyzera. I don't know. Whatever. I ended up doing it. Yo, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Thank you for coming on in. Yeah, I don't want to like I don't like discouraging YouTube viewers. It kind of sucks that there isn't like more functionality within YouTube, but that's kind of YouTube's fault, unfortunately. But yeah, hopefully we can maybe do more about that in the future once YouTube starts adding more to that, but here we are. Okay. The goddess of sacrifice. What sort of symbol do we imagine when we imagine sacrifice? What sort of symbolism? Posture check. You got it. Thank you. There you go. It is fun how, yeah, I don't know. Redeems are cool. We like redeems. I think I'm probably going to do like one of these and then probably get off. Although, you know, let me take like a quick break because I missed last one. So let me throw this up. Let me grab a snack and then, because I think my blood sugar is low, you know, my brain is like, bleh. So give me a second and I'm going to draw this one thing and then how to put it on, put what on. I'll be right back. I'm turning my card-based tabletop role-playing game. Have you ever been playing a game, maybe with a friend or on your own, excited to dive into the combat or interesting mechanics, when you run into a character whose dialogue just seems to last forever? And even if the story seems interesting, you can't help but mash the skip button. Or maybe you played a game where the story is sprinkled subtly throughout, tucked away in books and item descriptions, painstakingly written by the developers. And despite all that depth, you couldn't be bothered to read any of it. As a game designer, I've been thinking a lot about story in my own games. Granted, I design board games, so generally my story ends up being a 2-sentence blurb at the top of the rulebook or a handful of lines on a card. But it makes you ask, who's actually reading this? Who's it actually for? And I'm not so dumb to think that nobody reads it or it's never enjoyable, but it does bring up the question, do games need story? If I left it all out, if I ignored the flavor text on a card, would anyone even care? Now I bet you're thinking the answer to that question is it depends. It depends if the story is good. It depends on what kind of game it's in. Maybe it even depends on your mood that day. And honestly, you'd be right. As skippable as some stories are, some capture our hearts. They evoke emotion, they make us laugh, smile, and even cry. The characters, the bits of lore, the trials and adventures, we carry those with us. They're a gift, a treasure we keep forever. These stories can matter to us so much. So why is it sometimes they just get in the way? Today I want to dive into this topic and try to understand, do games really need a story? Do they need characters and lore? Do they even need a theme? So join me today as we explore the question, do games need story? I returned. First and foremost, let's talk about what story is. I know it's a bit cliche to start by reading off the... Oh, just above the thing. I'm not sure what you mean by that. By how do you put it on? The shrimp? The posture check? Do games need story? What about Go Fish? It's mute? What's mute? You're mute? I suppose. I don't know. You can watch the rest of the story. Why? I have no idea what you're talking about anymore. Let me open. Hey, you can watch the rest of the video on my YouTube channel and find out why games do games need story. And technically, you can find out if Go Fish needs a story. Or if Go Fish does have a story. Yeah, the mute thing says you're watching without audio. Yeah, you can like select it onto mute. Like it's a thing that you can do. I guess I just open a new card. File, new, save, card, create. Oh, that's not something you can like put on. It's a redeem, and it makes me do the thing. That's how that works. There's a bunch of different redeems. Like posture tech makes me sit up. You can, you know, make me take off my hat. You can have me show you Luna, etc. I bought this prawn. Bought this prawn. What does do? Gives you the power to control me, pretty much. One time the chat tried to drown me because I redeemed 12,000 hydrate redeems. And yeah, here we are. Y'all, my brain is moving real slow. Mm-mm. Yo, dude, thanks for the 1 bit.
Runnerbean36 just cheered 1 bits.
Why is this not working? Oh, I know why it's not working. Hold on. That is this thing called? There we go. Does that work now? No? I'm failing. Oh god. Help. There we go. Okay. Feels like a technical service support for bronze. How do I get bits? You show show them more. All right. Can't words. Those are the ones you purchase. Yeah, channel points are the ones you earn just by watching. Yeah, this is a bit. How do I get them? You spend money, real money. To get channel points, you just sit here. You just wait. It was a bit example bit. I love it. Click the celebration icon and click the emoji and then this message. Icon similar to this. But how do I get them bits? Channel points really gradually earn the longer you watch. Those are the little bubble looking icons. You click those little diamond things you're looking at. Bring it up menu where you can actual money to purchase bits. Get them biddies. You sit with beats. I won't buy bits. Yeah, you don't need to buy bits. Bits are not required. All you need to do is just chill. If you want channel points. I have to get off. It's 20. Yeah, it's late. Mucho late. Yeah, honestly, I'm probably not going to be on for much longer anyway. Truthfully. My brain's getting cooked. As you can see, I've been like floundering around for a while. I like the idea of sacrifice being almost like knife shaped. I haven't drawn one of these in a while. Another European, yes. French. Damn those Europeans. Yeah, Tice, you tell them. Hey, what about us? No one, no. I will fight you. Can't stand. They don't know, Tice. They don't know. Civil War. But I'm not gonna tell them, you know? They don't know and I ain't gonna tell them. Okay, it is drawn with the thing. Okay. Okay, I kind of like the idea of like, I don't know. So basically all we're doing, just for context, because I need to be better at doing that. We're making a new god symbol, which are basically just like runes, right? you know, something like one of these symbols is what we're making. And we're doing the one for specifically for the goddess of sacrifice. The Gimbo nod. Yep. Actually, Jep. Never noticed that. Yeah, this one. Oh, bye, Frog. Thank you. Sorry, Fwog. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Appreciate you. Have a good one. See ya around. You didn't knock Frog. Sap leak. I don't even know what I'm trying to say. Sap leaker. Sounds like some sort of slur. I'm sure it's not, but it sounds like it could be. You dang sap leaker. I was cleaning my glasses and thought it said cute neck Froggy, and I was like, whoa. Nothing. Runner being so smooth with it. True. Hey, you cute neck. You know what? I would take that compliment. Cute neck, Frog. Wait, you know what game you should make next? Uh-oh. Don't actually hit him. It's just an expression, guys. Not for real, though. Yeah. Riveting romance. Guys, I apologize for my chat. No, I'm just kidding. Totally yours. Okay, that one's good. I like that one better. Hold up, hooking up DLC. Heck yeah. These are not even. You know what I should do? I kind of want to make this symmetrical. So, you know, it's almost as if I could use the symmetry tool. It's almost as if, you know? Looking up DLC. Yeah, I already read that. You know, when I take 5% commission on that. And one scimitar. Payment up front. There you go. Hyper focus beats. Yeah, I'm a little focused. It's either I'm gonna focus or I get nothing done. So I don't know. So one of the two, really. Yeah, my 75 for strength builds anyway. The scimitar, a dex item. This is probably looking too clean for armies, but it does feel right. Looks Nike, yeah. There's a check mark of sorts. I almost went in a weird direction that I didn't mean to, but nice. Feels like very dragon eagle-like. Yeah, so the idea is like sacrifice, and I was thinking kind of like a blade, right? Somebody is on YouTube? Maybe? No, just you. I was like, knife? Okay, sure, I mean, I guess so. I don't know if I like these little triangles. It might just be simpler like this. I don't know. Ooh, maybe that. Ta-da! Oh, there he is. There's the dual-wielded himself. The guy from Twitch, indeed. There's an EXP system on YouTube now. Yeah, it's kind of weird. I don't understand it. I'm gonna have to like look into it, but it is kind of cool. Cool that it exists. Get back here, shameless European. Okay, how did I do this last time? I think I select, oh god. Select everything, inverse the selection, go to paths, select paths. Nope. Select, wait, no, I don't need to select. Sorry, I go to pen tool. Wait, no, I go to brush tool. I make this about the right size I want it to be. I then go to pen tool. I right click on the selection. No, I don't do that. I make it a path. Sorry, hold. Make it a path. I go fill stroke path, and then it gives it the chunky look I want. You don't get it, Bean. I'm earning EXP over here. It's all about the EXP gain. There we go. That looks about right. And honestly, it kind of broke the symmetry, which is probably a good thing, because now it looks more in line with the style. It looks a little bit funkier. Give it a little bit more angliness. Angliness is the proper term. Thank you very much. And I might just maybe do that. May as well do this. A little bit. A smidge of stretching there. What color do you think of sacrifice? I'm thinking red, probably, right? Like blood. Blood sacrifice. Yeah, I don't know how the XP works. Can you even do anything with the XP? I mean, besides being like top fan. It's wild. They're like, this is what I should do with this. I don't know. I don't know. I feel like YouTube is just so behind on the streamingness. That's not really doing it. Multiply. Oh, I ain't doing nothing. Oh, I've done it again. Oh god. Okay, that really does nothing. What about darker? No. Well, I think it's dark enough for me. What is EXP? It's what isn't EXP? No, yeah, for some reason you can get XP and freaking YouTube now. What does it do? No one really knows, but just hide this. Okay. Do I just keep ignoring that, or what do I do? Rob, hello. I am not a runner bean. I am a collection service robot designated to collect Europeans. Hello, not runner bean. How are we feeling about this? Does this look cool? You ain't getting the frog. No, you are not. Especially not if you continue with spamming it. How do I do these? Uh-oh. Frog Boy's throwing hands. Can I copy? Paste. Layer stock. Does that let you do it? Or am I? Sorry, you probably can't even see what I'm doing, but I'm trying to copy and paste something. It is not working. There we go. Ah, it's an outer glow. That's why I want it to be like this color. I don't want it to be a little bit more spread, but less size. Maybe. Also, just some gunk here that I need to remove. That's too much, but maybe that's it. Almost looks like a heart. I guess that is where blood comes from. And it also won't look like that without there. Thoughts? Looks like it'd be a superhero chest piece. It could. I don't want to double emboss it. I just want to do this, and I want to pass it down a little bit. I think I could probably bring this in a little bit more like this. It kind of does have a like Superman sort of look. It looks pretty cool. Although I might get rid of the stuff at the top, or at least lighten it. I almost feel like Just that looks cooler. I don't know. I think like that just feels heavier, which kind of is cool. That makes sense. It kind of looks like a, you know what I mean? I think I like it. Cool. Solid, dynamic, and whatnot. IDK words. I appreciate it. Appreciate the attempt. The attempt at words. What's your opinion on sporks? Underrated utensil. Oh. Be a spoon or a fork. I guess that's fair, honestly, though. Like, but I think a spork could exist in, you know, the real world more frequently, you know? Like, what if you're eating, like, curry, right? You want to eat that out of a bowl. And then you want a spoon because it's in a bowl. Because if you're eating food in a bowl with a fork, you're crazy. So yeah. You know, here we are. I think I like the only, I think like the only sporks I've had are from KFC and they're not efficient. And I'd be open-minded to a better execution of it. To be fair, you know, KFC sporks, which Bean is not familiar with. Yeah, it's like, it's not the time or the place for a spork. You know? Sporks should be in like a food that's some like a stew. Noodles. I kid, I'm not funny. It's more just the spamming is all. What if you had a spoon with a button that popped out little prongs like a fork? That sounds wild. So you could use it as a spoon or as a fork. That seems too complicated. That seems like one of those things you'd see and like you'd be like, oh, that's kind of interesting, and then you'd never use it. That's me with the lightsaber chopsticks I got. Cool AF, never used them. That's fair. I use chopsticks every now and then. I get sushi from Aldi. I don't know if you've ever done that, but they've got freezer sushi. I'm familiar with KFC. I was being a little shit as per usual. Honestly, Bean, I don't believe you. I think you're just covering. Now you're just gonna have to live with that. I'm just never gonna believe you about KFC. I know you don't know what it is, so you know, you're just gonna have to live with that. Here you are. That didn't work. It is a Photoshop document. I believe they have a meal called the Twister. Popcorn chicken whips that smell of lemons. It's abomination and I'm familiar with. It's all good, Mr. Frost. We all have that effect on people. Oh wait, Mr. W, frogs have that effect on people. I'm so confused. I'm looking this up right now. I honestly don't know. Oh my god. I think stream's gonna be over. I think it's time. I think we've all had enough stream. It's a double down and a tortilla. Interesting. Is it a British thing? Honestly, I haven't been to KFC in like so long. I don't remember the last time I went to a KFC. It's good, don't get me wrong. I just, for some reason, haven't gone. I also don't go out to eat in general that often, so... Right, just a few good years, honestly, yeah. Alright, should we see how this looks? There we go. That looks pretty cool. Okay, I'm doing one last thing. And then I'm done. What time? How much? Oh, we literally just went through another ad. Yeah, I was bad at that today. I really needed to keep setting timers on YouTube for that. Granted, like, this is extra time at this point, and I care less about extra time, but I want to import this into the beta. Even though some of the cars will be blank. Watch my mouth, question mark? Yeah, I don't... I'm assuming you saying it's an abomination. Maybe? I don't know. How does one watch your mouth? I'm pretty sure you need a mirror to do that, right? You said a bad word. Did he? Oh, shit. I'm assuming. Redeeming to redeeming. I guess it goes to redeeming channel points. Ambiguity was not a good way to go with that statement. He did, but it was referencing himself. Oh, I've said a lot worse. True. True. With an U, as my mom would say. And it was in caps too. I'm sorry. Fig, I'm so sorry. No bad words at all. Is that actually in my rules? I don't think so, but you never know. Points in the Shane box. Let's do... What are we doing? I really need to be done. My brain's cooked. But we're not done yet. It's not over yet. It's not over till I say it's over. That's what I'm doing. Options, saved objects, AAE. We need beta cards. Where are they? Oh, it's here. Beta cards. I believe this is shrunken like 3 times. 1, 2, 3. Yep. Delete. Boop. Of course, half of these are blank, but as we update the game, it should auto update. So it is okay. And then we go modding, and then we go to workshop manager, and then we grab the mod code, which I have learned is not something I need to hide because it is just the code on the page. At first I was like, oh, it's like a secret code I need to hide, but no, apparently it's just the code that's on the you know, just the code. Update. Successful. Done. I earned the box of shame on that one. Guys, I'm trying so hard to like beer and I just can't do it. Why must you like beer? Okay, I guess I want to seem cooler than I am. Honestly, I don't like any alcohol, so nor does Bean. We're plenty cool. Go to the corner. Drinking beer doesn't make you any cooler. It's true. I could recommend a beer that doesn't taste anything like beer, but it's also like 3% alcohol. I'm not alcohol free, but I am relatively free. I don't ever like, I only drink on special occasions, really. Like Angry Orchard and 1 drink from TJW Brewhouse. And that's about it. 4 friendly, admittedly. There you go. Makes sense. I think I'm done. We're done here. Yeah, there's the what's it called? From Boosh or something. This is definitely not how it's spelled. One's a toxin, one's natural medicine. Can't argue with you. There you go. Yeah, I don't know. This stuff. Lambic. Oh god. Just promoting alcohol on my stream. There you go. For 2 seconds. That stuff. It doesn't taste like alcohol at all. Mostly because there's not that much alcohol in it. But, you know, here we are. All right, y'all. We're done. We're done here. I'm done here. Y'all are done here. Everything's done. Who are we rating today? Let me go here. Say bye to Luna. Get a little fluff. Let me let me any recommendations? Anyone cool? Otherwise, we're just gonna I guess again, as per always, let's look for TCG people. Maybe board game people, because like, I don't know. Most people don't have like the board game tag. Most people are like, I guess tabletop might be the right tag for that. But yeah. Do I time this guy out? You could do Mad Chirpy or Mash 'em Up Game Dev if you want to raid some cool devs. Yeah, why not? I'd be cool with that. I like cool people. Why I say mash 'em up? Mash 'em up. I can't read. Do I know that? Do I know them? God. I can't words or anything. My brain's it's cooked. Do I know either of them? Nah. Cause like I know a lot of like YouTube people. That seems cool. Let me have a second. Yeah. Yeah, we'll go with your first recommendation. Why not? Just cause. All right, y'all. We're going to buy Card Boys. See ya, chat. See ya, dude. We're gonna be rating Mad Chirpy. I'm saying that right. No one asked, but there's a tiny chance Spyro might come out. Okay. Oh, nice. Yeah, let us know in the Discord. Send it all. Send it when it's done. We like seeing. I asked telepathically. True. Same. But yeah, we're gonna join here and check out this guy's game. It looks cool. So I will see you all on what's today? Wednesday. See you all on Friday. Maybe we'll do some playtesting. We'll see. I don't know. Anyway, y'all have a good one. Love y'all. Thank you again for the gift subs and the singular bit. And thank you all for hanging and lurking and all that. So y'all have a good one. All right, bye.
Skull damage, let's fucking go, man. Beats create.